What up, everybody? Of course, this is your boy Black Hammer. And hold on. There we go. There we go. It's always something. Alright, let's go again. What up, everybody? This is your boy Black Hammer, and we back at it. You are watching OG Gaming Syndicate. This is your boy Black Hammer, and we are playing Conan Exiles. And guess what? They done messed up and made me an admin of a PvP. Let's go. So essentially, the idea behind it is that this is gonna be like a raid server. So they made me admin because they like the builds and they wanted me to build and make, raid bases in order to, have fun and all that BS. So I invite all of you to join this server. I will put the information on the server inside of the description so everybody has it. And, hopefully we could get things popping, because I know everybody keeps asking me about PvP or whatever, and as y'all know, I'm not a PvPer. I'm really not, for sure. But, I encourage the nonsense. I encourage it. I feel like everything that's done in the sense of having a good time is awesome. I'm an admin, so I sidestep the snipers and the griefers and all the other people who just want to bully the kid. But we could have something special going. So if you're down for that, I appreciate you. And we could have something to call our own, because that's essentially what I'm trying to do here. Don't mind me as I'm doing the finishing touches on the editing, whatever I gotta do just to get everything going, because we all know that this is a process. Set things up. Yada, yada, yada. Happy Sunday to everybody, as we enjoying our Sunday by playing some Conan. And essentially, as you know, I'm also on OBS, so bear with me. It's a lot of things that'll be a little different for the time being, till we get the hang of such. So without further ado, for those new to the channel, welcome. Hope you enjoy the stream. For those who've been here from the beginning, I appreciate you for showing up time after time. So, without further ado, let's get to our PvP building. Let you know what we're going to do. Essentially, what I'm going to do here is that I'm probably going to spend the week building raid bases. That's probably what we'll do, is spend the week building a raid base, and then the weekends, have at it. You know how that go. So if you're anxious for that, or if you're down for that, I encourage you to populate this server, get your spaces, because if you don't get your spaces, we will take them all. So you know how that goes. If you live this Conan life, you already know that space is limited, because if you don't get there in time, your favorite space will be taken. Said, ask any Exiles player how the keyhole is always taken. So in this case, we're on Siptah. We're on the Siptah server. Let me see. Good. How do we see the server name? Usually it's on. It doesn't matter. I'll get the server information. I'll put it in the description so you could all have it. Right? Is that cool with you guys? I put it in the description. At least it gives me some time to get things situated before everybody wants to just dogpile on the rabbit. You know what I mean? Because that's how people are. I can't explain it, but whatever. If that's what it calls for, that's what it calls for. All right. So let's go. And if you can't hear me, just let me know, because, you know, it'd be like that. We should be all good. Shout out to my Twitch viewers, my Kick viewers, and my YouTube viewers. Hopefully you're all getting this. It says everything is everything, but we never know nowadays. You never know what's happening on the outside of the editing. Your side of it, my side just looks like a bunch of boxes. That's just whatever the case is. And away we go. So we're definitely on Isle of Siptah. Let's see. Oh boy, I'm going to enjoy not having to run everywhere. It's the beauty of admin. So also, as you know, I will not be participating in PvP because it's not fair, because I have everything and it's just not right. But you guys enjoy it. I'll set up these things for you guys. I probably won't show you build videos because then you'll know where everything is, and the whole idea is to make sure that you don't know where anything is in this pinata. Just have at it and find your goodies however you find it. But in this case, we're already in the process, so, you know, whatever. There's a couple of places in here already that you can get at. And of course, I'll just let you know when. So, well, essentially the weekends is when I intend to have the raid bases done, and we'll make it Saturday, Sunday, that you guys can go and have at it. Sundays most likely I'll probably stream just so I can, you know, see what you guys do with it, which I'm anticipating. I'm enjoying that. I love that part. And I am trying to find the name of it. Usually they show the name at the bottom. It don't matter. Whatever. We're going to do what we do, and we're not going to worry about the details. Just know we're on a PvP server, and that will be Sundays. You guys can rock out. So for everybody that says PvP and all that other extra stuff, yes, I'm on PvP also. So, you know, let's have at it. And I guess now you get to see the quirkiness of actually being an admin or being in build mode. All the quirkiness in it. Alright, so what am I trying to do now? Let's continue our build. With all the different little things you gotta do just to cheat the system. Just to do what they should have did in the beginning. boy, that's gonna be fun, right? Every time I try to jump, see me getting launched across the screen. Alright. So, there's a good part. You get to see the thought process of all this stuff that I try to do. Okay, I was just making sure that everything was working properly. Everything is, so we could continue. By the way, this is a 10-time server, so it shouldn't be a crazy grind for you guys to get on here and get started, because the objective of this whole thing is to just get up and get to raiding as soon as possible. This is the smoke room, I should say, because everybody here wants that smoke. As a matter of fact, the people that made me the admin wanted me to get you guys on here for that smoke. So if you're ready for the smoke session, this is it. Said there ain't no complaining here. This is about having a good time. Just getting your raid on. Don't worry about losing your stuff. It'll be easy to get it back. I feel like that's the thing about Conan. You can't worry about losing your stuff. If you're worried about losing your stuff, play PvE. That's what it's there for. I feel like at first I used to worry about losing my stuff, because Lord knows it takes a long time to gather all your stuff and all that other stuff. But at the end of the day, when you're a builder, right, it gets a little boring, because what's the point of building if you never get to test your builds? You know, if nobody ever tries to raid you, what's the point? You know, that's just my point of view of it. Again, I would enjoy PvP more if the servers were more stable and I didn't find myself losing to lag more than actual skill issue, right? Because there's nothing worse than fighting and all of a sudden your character just gets frozen, locked, or it just glitches out, and then you so into it, and then all of a sudden that glitch just takes all the thunder out of your enjoyment. Like, the fight was good until it glitched out, and then I got hit off a lag, or I got stuck and they were hitting me while I was stuck in that lag, and then it comes back working. It's a weird thing, and you would think because of console that it wouldn't be an issue, but it's bad. Right? It's bad. I'm not sure if it's like that on PC. I'm pretty sure it is, because it can't be like a platform issue. It has to be just something in the actual Conan server, right? The Funcom server. So that's right, we're gonna blame Funcom. Funcom is not fun. Fix your shit. So, I don't want to do. I'm sure many people have similar war stories of issues with the server and stuff like that. It can't be avoided. Then again, maybe it can. It's just, priorities. And I'm sure their priority isn't fixing this game that's been out for a while. I'm pretty sure it's like one of those, I can't believe they're still playing this game type situations, right? Like, y'all still playing it? Y'all still playing it? They done moved on to different things. Y'all still playing this game? Shucks. Y'all still playing Conan? We done made Doom. You still playing Conan? Said, well, the community likes what they likes. Y'all still playing Conan? I feel like that's how they say it. Y'all still playing Conan? And trust and believe, Funcom, you didn't do this. We did this. We did this. We made this pop. Like, we had to deal with all the glitches, all the frustrations to make something that we like. Had it been left to y'all, we would have gave up a long time ago, because the only thing y'all figured is to sell us more shit because we're liking it, and we're the ones who made it what it is at this point. Not you. We did. You gave us the platform, we made it work. It is what it is, right? You made the sandbox, we brought the sand. Alright, how am I gonna do this? I don't know. I have no clue. Right now I'm just doing stuff for the sake of doing it. So the one thing I'm happy for is that I don't gotta keep getting materials. I could just build. Anybody who watches my build videos on my official servers know that this is a big part. Once I could just build, I'm going on. 4 hours. At least you don't gotta sit there and watch me break bricks and cut trees. I could just go willy-nilly. I don't gotta find a way to get up on ledges and do my builder walk. Said builder walk is when you walk the edges. I could just build to my heart's content. what I may do is that as I'm building and stuff like that, I may call in a purge just to see if these things actually work as they should. Which I'm not worried about you guys, because a purge runs different than an actual raid. So said what I'm anticipating from everybody else is everything you could possibly do, which is magic, the bombings, and there are a couple of admins on this server, and don't worry about it. Admins are not playing. Admins are builders. So they should be plenty of stuff for you guys to do. Said I could already anticipate people going to complain and think that everybody is an admin and that there's admin abuse. There's not. It's not. To be honest with you, the people who had this done, they are PvPers who, you know, who have raided so many that now they kind of got to make their own fun. And I think that's where we all at it right now. We kind of got to make our own fun. Because, you know, the servers have been dying, you know, in terms of PvPing. You know, PvEers don't have that problem because, you know, we just build. So it's never gonna go down for us because we take pleasure in just building. It's the PvP atmosphere that starts to dwindle and have those issues because, you know, you're not focusing on building as the builders are. You're focusing on attacking one another and doing that next part, which is like, there's like a whole set of stuff that PvE builders don't even touch. Like, we don't touch trebuchets because they do nothing for you in PvE. We don't touch the ballistas because they don't do anything for you in PvE. Like, that's why I liked when they had the raid base in PvE, because it gave you a taste of the PvP life without any of the headache. You know what I mean? I feel like they should have kept in the original purge when they did that, because it made you feel like, you know, you're going to be attacked. Like the original purge used to just come in after a while. Like there used to be a sign that just says that the purge will hit you eventually, and it does hit you eventually. And it made it feel more realistic than how they do it now. Like, you literally have to get your money up, get your treasure up, and then call in a purge and all that other stuff. And I guess that helps in a way because it lets you call in a purge when you're ready, as opposed to it just coming. But then again, you know, it doesn't feel engaging when you're preparing for something, right? You're preparing for it. Like, you got to build with anticipation of being raided. Not the purge is coming. Get ready. I want that. Said, get ready, the purge is coming. It's coming. Get ready. Is it here yet? No, but it's coming. It's coming. Get ready. Like, and oddly enough, I feel like when this game first came out, it was at its best point. Back when, you know, things actually had a purpose. Like, you had to feed your thralls, you had to feed your animals. You know, that's the whole purpose of the thrall pot. I feel like a lot of things have, you know, rendered itself useless now because you don't have those functions anymore. You know? And this is one of the biggest, like, this game is one of the biggest examples of give and take. Like, for everything they gave, they had to take something away. Everything they gave, they had to take something away. There's not an add-on, right? There's definitely a give and take. I'll say everything comes at a cost in Conan. That's why I feel like it would have been better, rather than keep putting into cosmetics, I feel like they should have took that money and, you know, made their servers better. You know? But then again, I could only imagine that they didn't anticipate going this route. Right, they literally turned this game into a live service game, and it wasn't intentionally made that way. Right, but once they made it that way, I guess that's what always messes it up. Turn it into a live service model. Me personally, I feel like they should have never messed with the way games were. I feel like we got a whole lot more quality games before we got the better technology. Like, technology limited better games. You would think that the games would get better as the technology got better, but I feel like they've made sacrifices for everything that they've done. You know, I'd even say that probably PlayStation 3 probably was the best that gaming has ever been. It's when PS4 came out, and you could have known, and you could have seen it, because when PS4 came out, I just lose my wall because of that. When PS4 came out, everything, that's when you really had the day one patches and stuff like that. Everything needed a day one patch from there on out. Right? DLCs really took place with PS4. I mean, it took more than just what the disc had. You know, it just, like, everything became so difficult to maintain once PS4 came out. And I mean, so I would say that PS3 had to be the best console generation in terms of stability, right? In terms of stability, you can say what you want, you know, all the consoles were better and different and whatever the case may be. I just feel like stability-wise, it was never better than PS3. Extend that out like a walkway. Probably will. we go. That works. All right, back in stuff. Back in stuff. Ah, dang you. I didn't mean to do that. So I done took my chat down by accident, you know. There we go. That's when you close instead of minimize. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of sucked once everything needed patches and everything. I never remembered any of that in PlayStation 3. I mean, I remember when PS4 came out, and that was like my biggest frustration. Everything was a day one patch, day one patch. I think that became common practice now. Everything is a day one patch to fix. Day one patch, day one patch. Don't worry. We're going to push this project out, but don't worry. Any problems we have, there's a day one patch. That's it. We're going to push this project out. Don't worry. If there's any issues, there is a day one patch. It's like they anticipated everything to be broken. They knew what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing. The anticipation of a day one patch. Do I want it that high? I don't think I want it that high yet. Then again. How I should do this? How should I do this? Huh. Out of curiosity, because walls don't really help in this situation. I need to address another issue. There we go. Right, that's what I need to do. Instead of these walls. Because the issue I have to address. I guess this is a good time to actually talk about having to build for PvP instead of PvE. This might be a good time. Because PvP building and PvE building are completely different animals altogether. Huh. So it won't let me do that. All right. If that's the case, so one thing I need to address is anti-climb. I'm going to deal with the anti-climb. Right? Anti-climb is something you don't really got to worry about when you're playing in PvE. But it is a big concern in PvP, for sure. So feel like that's probably a better way to do it if I can. Yeah. Wow. I was able to climb right in there without a problem. That's not the purpose of anti-climb. This makes me feel like, what is the better? I'm thinking to myself, maybe it's doing that because I'm an admin. Yeah, probably. Probably. I'm gonna assume that that's it. We're making those assumptions. Because if it ain't, it's gonna be an easy raid. Trust and believe, as I'm building, I have no idea what I'm gonna build. I really don't. It's not I don't sit and plan these things out. It just happens. I want to thank my PvP people for giving me the mindset of what to look out for when it turns to being raided. Said I used to get yelled at constantly. They were like, "Hammer, don't do pretty. Pretty does not help you." then they showed me all the stuff for PvP, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try to blend the two. I'm gonna try to make it look good as well as make it, you know, raid worthy. And I can tell you this, you can't. There's no such thing as being 100% defendable. Even the keyhole has its exploits. Like, I've seen people lose the keyhole. Said, I don't care if you got your back to the wall or not. Every place is raidable. So my intention is to try to get through as much of this build as possible. I can't guarantee that. Well, I know I'm not going to be completely done with this build, especially not in this stream. I know I'm not going to. So let's keep our expectations to a minimum. At this point in time, you just go BCB, build to my heart's content. Build. Right. Making sure everything is working. I know you guys are working. Said even Twitch. Even though I'm not sure, I can't see it from my side, I know you're working because every time that I've tried it, you have worked. So I'm not going to second guess. I'm just going to continue my build. Said all the time, I am seeing how this OBS thing is working too. So far so good. If you were interested, so far so good. One thing I say, I feel like I'm learning so much in this streaming landscape. And it's weird, you know, I was thinking to myself, I was speaking to one of my church friends today. I was like, it's weird because they got me helping with their live stream as well. And I was like, it's funny how I didn't intend to do this per se. I definitely didn't intend to do their live stream. But it's funny how I'm learning from both. Like, if I was meant to kind of be doing this. Because what's the odds that what I do in my spare time is something now that's working out in, you know, my everyday life? How often does that happen? Usually that's a sign that, you know, that you're doing the right thing. Because everything else coincides with what you're doing. You know what I mean? Sometimes you gotta listen to the path you're being led down. You know, and I think it comes with a lot with trusting yourself as well. Not second guessing. Going along with the flow. You know? So it's like everything that I'm learning from here, I'm able to put towards, you know, what they're doing. Because, you know, every church live streams now. Like, it's the future is now. Everybody live streams their services and stuff. You know, But sometimes you gotta sit there and be like, look at God, man. Look at God. I didn't know how this would go. I didn't know then, you know, if I was even doing the right thing, because, you know, nowadays streamers get looked at, you know, in a way. You know, gamers get looked at in a way in general. You know what I mean? And if you listen to people long enough, you'll forego your blessings because it'll make you feel like your blessings is a hindrance. You know what I mean? Look how everything is kind of just blending together and working together. Can't ignore that. Get this anti-climb stuff, the hopefully anti-climb. Let's get this together before I start doing all this other upgrading stuff. I feel like this is gonna spoil me. Like, how am I supposed to go back to an official server, even for my build videos, after doing it this way? The freedom to just build. And I feel like the only reason that I haven't like really just committed to just doing builds on private servers is just because I like the idea that people are around. You know, it's like if you just build and you just build it on your own. Said single player Conan is a lonely business. You know what I mean? Nobody walk by, nobody appreciates it. You know, and I understand those are for videos. Like when people do those build videos, they're doing it on single player because you're just there for the build. It doesn't really matter if anybody comes by and appreciate it. But sometimes I like when people come by and admire it. Like ooh, oh. Sometimes I like that engagement. Right now I'm using my DualSense and it's starting to develop this little stick drift and stuff like that. And I have an extra thumbstick, but I'm trying to avoid using it right away because I feel like it's such a pain to have to keep swapping these things out, especially at the price for these things. I feel like even though I love my DualSense, right? I love my DualSense controller, but I feel like it's such a ripoff that each thumbstick is $20 each. It's $20 a thumbstick, bro. Not a pair. A thumbstick, bro. Like, they really got to do something about this. Like, PlayStation, Sony in general. Sony wasn't as greedy as they've become. And I feel like it's Microsoft's fault, right? I feel like they try to match Microsoft until they beat Microsoft, but now they're in a position where they can't go back. Because even to play on PlayStation Network was free, right? Xbox started this paying for your monthly pass, your Game Pass, and whatever. They started this shit, and and they got away with it. And then PlayStation followed suit, like, well, if they're gonna pay for it, why are we missing out? So they did the same thing. They followed Xbox down a path that Xbox is in the shitter. Say what you want, Xbox fanboys, but it's true. They led you down a path and left you, right? Tearing the shitter, and now PlayStation is left with a model that just makes them look worse than Xbox ever did. Like it's messed up, right? Like, and I never understood the idea of paying to play online when you also already pay for your internet. Right? Explain that to me. I pay for my internet. They're not paying for my internet, so why do I gotta pay to play online? Right? Because if I don't have my internet, I can't play online anyway, right? So why am I paying twice? Right? Explain that. And that's just a model. They didn't always do that. It's through Xbox they end up doing that shit. I feel like they need to pull back from that a bit. And they might, but I doubt it. I'd say they have the model to pull back from that, because if you could play online for free, it would be like people are still paying for the extra and the plus, because you get free games every month. So there's that service, but it shouldn't be that you have to get those services in order to play online for games that you already have. That right there doesn't make any sense, right? Because you already bought these games, and now you're telling me that in order to play the games that I already purchased, I have to make sure that I have my online on also. Like, I have to pay you guys to use my internet in order to play games that I already bought. Like, make sense out of nonsense, right? It's just a reminder that all business isn't good business. You know what I mean? All ways to make money isn't good ways to make money. Just because you could doesn't mean you should. You know what I mean? But I digress. People that's invested in this will say other things. I'm sure there'll be a troll on here to say otherwise to get you to spend more money. I never understood why people defend spending more money. Like, I guess that's the corporate shill of them. You know what I mean? But I gotta pay for my internet, and then I gotta pay for PlayStation for me to allow me to use my internet. Or if you don't pay it, you can't play the games you already have. Especially in this now thing that developed where the digital gaming era. So now if I don't pay for PlayStation Plus, I can't play my digital games that I purchased. And then you want me to get used to not owning my games and y'all not putting out physical media for stuff, and you're trying to tell me that I can't even play my games unless I maintain my own internet and your PlayStation Network service. Like, I get pulling your free game catalogs and stuff like that if I'm not paying for extra or paying for plus or whatever. I get that. But you're telling me that I can't play the games that I own because I don't have, PlayStation Plus? Right? That's not exactly a plus right there. That's not a plus. There's no plus in that, right? The plus was getting free games. That was the plus. Right now, there's no plus. The plus is gone. And now I'm thinking plus doesn't make sense anymore, because in all essence, I'd rather go extra than plus. I don't necessarily care about premium because I don't really care about playing retro or the old games. And if I really want to play my older games, I still have my PlayStation 3. I still got my PlayStation 2, right? I still got my PlayStation 4. I could still just break those out. And I'm pretty sure that you could find any game that you want to play from those console generations if you really want to. So I don't really see the benefit of premium. But then again, if you don't have those things, I have those things. But if you don't have those things, I get it. Right? But I hope they fix those things now that I hear that they're moving away from the whole PlayStation Network moniker. So I hope they redefine how it's done, because I really don't think that we should be having to pay for PlayStation Plus in order to play online. Right? Especially when now it's like online always type of landscape now. Like you have to be connected to online in order to play these things. If that's the case, that should just depend on my internet. I paid my internet company, my internet provider, and I have that. Not I gotta pay my provider and I gotta pay you to have access to my stuff. That I feel like that model is predatory. Alright? But that's me. I mean, you guys might think differently. I mean, put how you feel in the comments. You could do that. That's just how I feel about it. I mean, I feel like that's worse than loot boxes, to tell you the truth. To me, that is worse than loot boxes, and there's a big problem with loot boxes. People are suing over loot boxes, but they're not suing over that shit. And, you know, priorities, right? But I guess if my family had, you know, stock in PlayStation, I would want people to do it that way too, you know what I mean? You're getting more money, you know what I mean? You know, I guess if my family had stock in PlayStation, I would be calling people brokies too, right? Y'all know who y'all are. Yeah. I'm still gonna have to put fencing at the top. I'll do that. It doesn't matter. Okay. Damn you. Jeez. The stick drift is real. Said we're gonna have to go back to old school shit. Old school shit. Y'all don't know about that. Said, what you know about blowing to a cartridge? Said, what you know about putting rubbing alcohol on a Q-tip and swiping the chip? What you know about that? Nothing. What you know about a disc doctor? Disc doctor. Oh man. I think we did all kinds of stupid shit to get our games to work. What you know about putting lotion on a CD to get the ashiness out? So we did all kinds of things. I heard somebody did toothpaste. I don't know. People got creative when it came to getting their games working. And oddly enough, everything still worked. Said it worked. If you know, you know. It worked. It's not like I mean, the myth of putting batteries in the freezer. What you know about putting batteries in the freezer to charge them? said put your batteries in the freezer to recharge them. Y'all know nothing about that life. Nothing. And to be honest with you, I don't know if that really worked. I really don't know if it worked. But it seemed like it did. It definitely seemed like it did. But I don't know. So I know I just took a lot of people back with that just there. I know I did. I know I did. I know I ain't the only one who did those things. I'm telling you, humble beginnings, y'all know nothing about that. I know nothing about that. Well, some of you know nothing about that. Others, y'all know y'all right along with me like, shit. Said, I see your batteries and raise you tenfold on the rabbit ears. Remember that? or how about, do you know what rabbit ears are? How about that? Said, but I digress before I feel even older than I do right now. Would delete that, but I think I want to keep it for a second because I don't know if I'm gonna go higher. Having these above the wall definitely help, because if I want to go higher than this for whatever reason, I can. Even though, no, let me get rid of it, because that would be, if I left it, that would be the point of entry, because you could just climb up these pillars. At least I would climb these pillars. That would be my point of entry. That's what I'd be looking for in a weakness, to be able to climb those pillars. That'd be the first thing I'm thinking of. So we'll take them off. Alright. Okay, so keep in mind everything's subject to change. I might decide that I want materials to be different. That's just how we do. It's a builder's life. That's what we do. We change our minds many times over. You just see the finished product. Alright, so let me remove this. I only did this because when I first started, I had animals coming into the build and I had to block them away from stuff. I could move away from this now. Don't make those limits. Alright. Son of a oh, Lord. Yeah, deleting always has that worry of doing exactly what I just did. It's a pain, but thank goodness it wasn't a pillar, because then I would have been even more upset. Alright, let's stay away from that. Let's put our back to that wall so we don't have those issues. Gotta do the upgrade around this thing too. Don't y'all hate when it flips by itself? I really hate when it flips by itself. I have everything going right, and then there's that one tile that wants to be a bitch. Every time. But everything is pointed a direction, but y'all want to keep pointing inwards just so I could make that mistake. You can tell I'm not used to this admin thing, because I'm doing everything by foot. I'm not used to that whole floating around building. That's just not my thing. I mean, it helps when it comes to like roof tiling on the outside. It comes in handy, but I am a creature of habit. I knew it was bound to happen. One was gonna do it, of course. Tell you, Conan does not want you to be great. Fine. Build out the inside now. real quiet. I'm thinking now. Said I'm thinking now. Said not while I'm pouring. Okay. I feel like it's always best practice to not overthink it. Just go. Then again, I don't want to treat it like it's disposable. If I treat it like it's disposable, and granted, I'm not supposed to care about any of these buildings, but I don't want to treat it like it's disposable either. I want to treat it like it's gonna make for a good raid. You know what I mean? Going a million miles per hour. I don't want to do this. I can't. Yep, no choice. So do y'all hear my brain moving? I don't even think about defenses yet. You know what really sucks? The fact that they don't let the your thralls run like the trebuchets and ballistas. It kind of sucks that they don't do that. Because now, as I'm thinking about defenses, I have to think about what defenses can I use because I have to account for thralls being the ones that's putting up the defense, which only leaves what? Regular weapons or archers? Make it work somehow. Say, y'all getting excited yet?
Yeah.
For the raid. Are y'all ready for the raid? Bro. I guess the way I look at it, I could just start building up from there. This is starting to remind me of the PvE server. So imagine if I was doing this on the PvE, and I have done it on the PvE server. Just imagine if it takes this long on a PvP server with admin. How long would it take if I wasn't admin? I'd be breaking rocks for days. I'd be upgrading stone to bricks and hardened bricks for days, months. Sometimes I wish I had some non-licensed music to play. This music makes Conan go so much better. Okay, so that's built out. What should we do? So, I'm trying to think defenses at this point in time. So I come in, bust through the door. What will they see when they bust through the door? What will they see when they bust through the door? And I have to address that all the way around because I gotta assume they're gonna attack them all the way around. Alright. And then I look at what they're gonna do to break into here. Let's think like a PvP. If it's gonna break in here, of course they're gonna hit up those ledges up there. They're gonna try to set up some kind of treb or ballista or bombs or a mixture of all. I'm pretty sure they're gonna go ham. Alright, so I have to set up for any of those occasions. Alright. I mean, there's so many ways. There's the magic, which they just use a bat to get to the top of this thing. They do it all the time. I gotta just make sure to be able to defend. Thank goodness I don't have to go and look for people. I could just spawn them in, which is what I'm gonna do. direction it's going in, because I'm doing a bunch of space savers now. Those who come up with schematics for these builds, I give you guys credit. Me personally, I just freestyle. Sometimes I just freestyle. Here, should I put more? I should, right? I should. I did it twice in a row, so you already know. You already know. Eyes got watery. I don't know how long it went without blinking. I feel like I went for a long time without blinking. Oh, speaking of which. Hydrate. And yes, I did try to mute. I probably didn't do it right. Again, trying to figure out this OBS. So in the meantime, please bear with all the things that happen when you live. Bear with it. It's like right when I was starting to learn Lightstream, I tried something else. Now I gotta learn all over again. hope this doesn't make the area lag. I know this game is fickle like that. Alright. So far, so good. Got 2 sections down. Trying to think if I should have bridges going out to the outside or maybe I should start reaching out a little bit. Here's the question. I'm gonna open the door. Alright, the door is underneath it. Awesome. Oh my god. Yeah. area for archers. Of course, I spent too long without those mistakes. You know it was bound to happen. Trust building takes a lot of patience. Trust and believe. But I would say, if you're a builder or you're into that whole building thing, just take your time. Don't rush anything. Love to say that that works the same for me, but not in this instance. In this instance, I'm trying to get everything prepared for you guys. To why. Kind of see why. Okay. I don't know when I removed those. I could have swore I did that for everyone, but Unless I didn't get the memo that they changed that. Somebody probably screaming at me now, like, they don't have to do that anymore. We reached the milestone when we made it all the way around. I'm telling you, every time I make it all the way around, it's like, sheesh, I feel I completed something. That's right, I forgot that this side is longer than the other. What? But still, okay. As I just realized, I have no steps to lead up here. I'm about to make my life so super stupid complicated right now. I know I am. stupid complicated for no reason. But if it ends up looking good, it's worth it, right? At least that's what my mouth says. Stick drift went away for a little bit. Hold on. Stick drift went away for a second. Now it's back. Fix your shit, guy. Situations where life is gonna suck for me. Again, maybe it's for the best, because essentially what I want to do is that I want to put those pillars like around there. one way of doing it. Alright, I'll settle. For a minute, I was like, you know what? I want that bridge. Hey, I got it anyway. There we go. Never mind. Never give up on your dreams. I got it. Put the circle here. And then weird here. Yeah, I knew it. Said I built long enough for them to know that that was going to be a sticking point. Just make sure this is coming through, because I don't want to miss anybody. No, it's not. Ah, well. There we go. Let me try again just to make sure. Oh, this is ripping. What is going on? Let's kick. It done broke up. broke up my streams. Which is weird. Because everything was working before. Let me not even look at it. I'm not even gonna look at it. So OBS is doing a thing. I don't know if it's OBS. I don't know what's going on here. Why it's showing that what's going on, Nano? It is a PvP server. I did this for you. It's a PvP server, but I can't check right now. I'll put it in the description for everybody who wants to join this PvP server. So as you can see, I'm building a raid base. I feel like if this one becomes too complicated, I'm gonna have to make them way simpler. I might. But we'll see how this one turns out. What's going on, friend? How are you? What is a server called? If you could come help, that I don't know. I got if it was me running this server, yeah, I wouldn't mind. But there's someone that gave me access to admin to help out with a raid server, so that's what we're doing. But if you want to come on and have a good time, that you can do. Probably get on here and start your build. It shouldn't be too difficult because it's a 10-time server. And it's my old clan. They want that smoke, so best thing you could do actually is to join the server because they want that smoke. So now I wish this was done earlier because there was a lot of people, and I know a lot of people want servers like this where they could come on and raid and do all their stuff. And I hope this encourages more people to do servers like this. But no worries. If this was mine, I definitely would let you help. Not a problem. I mean, I don't care. It's just nowadays I feel like everybody's so worried about admin abuse and all that stuff because it happens. It does happen. I don't know what to put here. I'll figure it out later on. Archers, my archer deck. Now let's fill out the blanks now. is weird. I gotta find out what's going on with this OBS thing. Because I don't like how Kick is breaking up. Yeah, thank you. It should go good because everybody always asks me about. I feel like every time you come on here, ask me about a PvP server. So now I'm actually on one. Not to say I'm going to avoid my PvE server because that's where I'm still building at and everything. But I think Sundays I can make it a PvP Sunday. You know what I mean? I want to help this community as much as I can because I love Conan Exiles, and I know a lot of you guys do too. Especially if you watch, and I know you like Conan Exiles. So I'm gonna help out. I just wish you know how you could help me. Can I see what server? I thought I could see the server that I'm on. Thought I could see the server that I'm on. I thought usually it shows up at the bottom, but I'm not seeing it at the bottom. And it is. There we go. Age of Heroes 10 times. That's the name of the server. Age of Heroes 10 times. Let me put it in the chat too. Age of Heroes. There we go. So, if you want to join the server, it's Age of Heroes 10 times. Come on in, get your spot, get yourself together for the raids. Said the good part about it is that there are a couple of admins also doing the same thing, so there's a couple of raid bases on here, and don't worry, none of the people participating are admins, so there's no admin abuse. If anything, just let us know, let me know, I'll let them know. Right? Because none of that is here. Because the whole purpose of this server is to get it popping, right? And we want to be fair and it's about a good time, not about cheating and all that other nonsense. No politics. All right, no doubt. Look forward to seeing you. Said this is a console server, so you know. I hate to signal out because I know there's a lot of PC players and all that, but this is a console server. I'm not sure if it's cross-play. Is Conan cross-play? I think we had that question before. I don't think Conan is cross-play, but it is a console server, so. What can I do now? I gotta fill this in. Because you can't just walk in here. Being able to walk in here without issue is a problem. So can't cut you off there, but I can cut you off here. So put my walls here. So It's funny, after all this building, I still got to worry about putting loot, putting loot all over the place. And for the record, I won't always be showing my builds like this because, you know, how much fun would it be if you already know what to look for, right? You got to keep the surprises, the Easter eggs, and all that other stuff. Okay, I went the wrong way with it. Okay. I feel like I need to test these things is doing like a calling it a purge or something and see if they can get through. Only thing is that it's probably not a good test because purges don't use, well, no, purges do use bombs. They use bombs and they use the battering rams. So I guess that would be a good judge of how raidable something is. How did that happen? I ran into that crack. What? How did that happen? Alright. That should be fun. With that being said, let's make it interesting. Let's make it interesting. Some stuff that I could use. So I don't know where to put them, and maybe I'll worry about decorating all that bullshit later. Let me get the aesthetic of the base down before I even worry about that. So I guess this would be kind of like the grand hall of such. So feel like I don't want to make it too hard to break into this thing, but again, I feel like y'all probably want me to do my worst. Like in the middle, it's like, y'all want me to make it feasible, or do you want me to do my worst? And I know Real Raiders wants me to do my worst. They like the challenge. I've seen people just try to climb into my base just to see if they can do it. So, I have a bit of a question. What do you guys prefer? A short night cycle or a long night cycle? I asked that question because I feel like I kind of like the night cycle and the day cycle to be pretty much equal. I mean, like a real night cycle. But from what I understand, a lot of PvPers don't like an actual night cycle. Want to get right to the daytime. That just happened organically. That was organic. Alright. I apologize to my Kick viewers. I'm not too sure why this thing is breaking up my stream. Like it's going down and coming back up. I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe I gotta reset this thing up. I don't know. But, you know, here's what We're trying out. I was nervous about using this OBS stuff, but you know, we ain't gonna find out unless, you know, we find out. Said we gotta mess around and find out. And it feels, right now, it feels like YouTube likes it. But that's about it. Everybody else is kind of on the fence, like, no, we don't want you to use this. Do something for the top, because I know somebody gonna have the bright idea of just landing on the top of the roof and using explosives. I know that is the thought process. I'll say one thing, this whole thing is taking shape. Slowly but surely, it is taking shape. feel like this is the last raid-based video. I feel like just by watching me build this, you should see where the weaknesses are. Because I know if I was watching this, I definitely would know where the weaknesses are. Same thing on that side. Tell you the oddity that is Conan. Is maybe doing stuff like that. Sad part, I'm not even leaving it like that. I was just messing around. There's no real purpose for it. I was just messing around. Except to look cool, that's it. Said there was absolutely no purpose for it. Alright. Alright, so yeah, everything that I do is gonna be that. Steve. I feel like I need to just try to close this off. I'll say one thing. I'm kinda feeling Lightstream on this one. I ain't had no problems with Lightstream, as I'm having trouble with OBS. But then again, you gotta give things a chance. It's only natural for things to be sketchy when trying new things. It's probably a setting I ain't get set. I will be happy with the fact that at least it didn't crap out on me like it did before. It's just aggravating because, you know, I don't want anybody to feel cheated. And it's like every platform has a different issue. Like, for instance, I used to watch my stream on Twitch to make sure everything is going well. And now it doesn't. Right? It doesn't do that. I can't watch it. What's going on, Bill Stevens? There's another one. Hey, I'm not even sure. I didn't even get that you were even here. My bad, friend. See, this is what I'm talking about. Right? It's not performing right, but we will get there. What's going on, Bill Stevens? So, if you haven't heard, I was made an admin on a PvP server, right? Called Age of Heroes. It's a console server, so, you know, hopefully you could join, but I don't think you play on console. I believe you're a computer player, if I'm not mistaken. But it's called Age of Heroes, and yeah, they want that smoke. I am building raid bases on here to give you something to actually destroy at all times. Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, you haven't been gaming for a month already? Oh, okay. I don't feel bad anymore because same. Same. Been trying to get so much things going. It's not even funny. So I understand. I definitely had to step away myself. So. Yeah. So now I came back and I'm messing around with the OBS and here we go. Yeah. Oh yeah, be creative. And And it's funny that you said that AI can make so much stuff. Don't feel threatened by technology, bro. It's AI can do a lot, but AI cannot replace people, right? It's just like you said, being creative. You just gotta be creative. I feel like a lot of people who's threatened by AI is because they kind of like slacked off with the idea that, you know, nobody could do it like them. I feel like it's just a push rather than, you know, than a threat. BandLab? Of course I know BandLab. Okay. Recreated it with Cloud Opus. Nice. So, of course I know my DAWs. BandLab? That's an old one though. That's an old one for sure. Said I'm a reason person myself. Oh, okay, nice. Said one-time payment stuff. Nice. I ain't gonna lie, at one point I was thinking about actually making another channel with, you know, making music and stuff, which eventually will happen, I guess. I mean, the world opened up with streaming, you know, so thought about that as well. I feel like the most important thing is staying focused, because when you're a person of ideas, it's very easy to get caught up, for sure. So, definitely, music is one of my passions. Oh, nice. Yeah, I ain't got no problem with that. I love making music. Making music is just another game to me. So music is my passion. Gaming is my passion. So that does that. So that was what I was working on with Livestream also. Like I had another setup that I had just for live streaming, you know, making music and stuff. But then it's like you get overwhelmed with too many ideas. Too many ideas is a bad thing. I mean, it's not a double-edged sword. I got the idea because I know watching like Twitch and Kick and stuff, I noticed that a lot of people do like DJing and stuff, and that does a lot, you know, a lot of people do that. I see a few people actually make beats and stuff on there. They do like studio sessions on there and stuff like that. It's a lot of lanes for that. The idea is like, yeah, I guess you gotta dabble. I guess, you know, you gotta dabble. There's no one path to doing things, you know. Damn, you made more money doing TikTok music reviews than actually making music. That's crazy. I understand it though, because, you know, everybody wants to see everybody else's opinion about something. I guess that's the same nature why game reviews get so much streams, you know. People want to hear, like, I got my own opinion, but what do you think? It does make sense. And that's another thing. I think my mindset is way different than a lot of people, because I kind of do things because I love it. I don't really do things for the money. Like, I'm not a bag chaser by any means, and that's probably a problem. I mean, it's a good thing, but it's a problem all at the same time. So you made $2K in 3 months just doing it, drinking beers out of coffee cup. Man, that's the life right there. That is the life right there. That is the life right there. But I see what you're saying in terms, especially that you brought up AI. In the music field, AI is definitely a threat. It definitely is. But at the same time, I feel like a person can do better than AI every time. It's just like now, it's just step it up. Because again, like I said, a lot of people would feel too complacent, right? Too complacent. Foreverlooper.com. I want to check it out. Yeah, I'll check it out for sure. I'll check it out. I feel like healthy competition is never a bad thing for the industry, especially like music. Because everything, if you notice, everything started sounding the same after a while. And it's going to be even worse with AI. Everything is going to definitely sound the same. It might sound new-ish in the beginning, but it takes a person to innovate, right? It takes a person to come up with new ways, new ideas and stuff like that. AI could only take what we've already done and, you know, make more shit that we've already done. It's not thinking on a creative level in any means. It's just taking an algorithm of what worked, right? And just, you know, pretty much regurgitating shit that we've already, you know, that's already been done. And that's the one reason why I would never be threatened by it. Because when it comes down to actually like stepping up and doing something new and innovative and different, they can't do that at all, right? It takes a human brain to manipulate sound. If you understand what I'm saying. Computer could think that, you know, yeah, hell yeah, that's Python for you. But Python is not AI. Python is software manipulated by people. That's again. That's the way I see AI. AI could only give us more of the same. It can't innovate. Yeah, you can tell it what to do, and it can give you something, but it's giving you something based off of something else, right? They're not giving you new. Like, only a person could listen to a sound sample, right? And manipulate that sound sample to sound like something else, so it sounds like a whole different instrument. Computer's not doing that, right? Can it do it? Yes, but it takes manipulation. It takes a human being behind it in order to do such. So yeah, I'm not too worried. The technology doesn't worry me at all, and that's because my background is a computer field, right? Again, I'm in the computer field, so I know computers. I know their limitations, right? You could tell a computer to do something, and it could give you something based off of examples that it finds fast because it's a computer. Computer is intelligent, but it must be directed. Right? So, in essence, there has to be a brain behind the machine, right? It doesn't just do it at all. Right? A calculator could add, but it doesn't add by itself. A pencil could write, but a pencil doesn't create by itself, right? Right? What it create? I'm not saying that it doesn't create. I'm not saying that it doesn't create. It does create, right? I'm not saying that it doesn't create. What I'm saying is that it's not creating anything new at all, right? It's not creating anything new. Again, you can't replace the human being. You can't at all. Does it make it easier for other people? I feel like this is all right. Let me give an example, right? In making music, right? I remember going to Sam Ash, right? And musicians would complain about people who use DAW, right? People who use computers to make music, they were completely offended by, because they feel like all that stuff that they went to go and learn to play an instrument, someone could just type it in a computer and make something, right? Does the artist who makes music on a computer, are they any less than the musician who's playing music? I don't think so. I feel like you just used a different instrument, right? Person who plays a piano, a person who makes music using a DAW. They're both musicians, right? And that was the complaint before. Now it's almost the same complaint now, because now people who are using DAWs to make music are threatened by an AI, right? Right? So it's almost the same complaint, just the evolution of the complaint, right? The complaint evolved, but it's almost the same thing. I'm not threatened by AI. I feel like if I took 50 beat makers and put it up against AI, I feel like the human is going to win, right? Why? Because the human brain is able to make adjustments. The human brain is able to think outside the box, where computers aren't. Computers are basically facts, right? And if a fact doesn't line up, they don't make new facts. They just go by old facts. The human brain could make a new fact, right? The human beings can make a new fact where computers can't, right? And again, my mind thinking is different because I grew up in the computer field. Like I'm a computer technician, right? going into details now. Look. Do I use Visual Studio? Damn, Visual Studio old too. I mean, they still use it though, but I don't get help from computers to do computer shit. Not at all. I don't. I mean, no, that's not true, because technically you use a computer to use a computer to fix a computer. Is this a tech? You do, again, but you gotta know how to use a computer. Like someone said today, they're like, they wish they could just type stuff into the computer and the computer does it. I looked at it and I was like, that's what a computer does. That's literally what a computer does. Yeah. And is it? I'm sure. I mean, again, it's evolving. I'm pretty sure it's evolving. You know why? AI is different than it was 4 months ago? Because a person was behind it trying to figure out how to make it do even more. You gotta understand. AI is proof of how lazy people are. Did they? Golly. Right? Look, I feel like people are just making a better AI just so they could have to do less. Right? And that's just the nature of man. Work smarter, not harder. So I'm not worried. I'm not worried about AI. I don't think this is going to be the beginning of Skynet, right? I don't think this is going to be the beginning of Skynet. And another thing, computers are susceptible to viruses. Yeah, you can, because a lot of script is just copy and paste. So yeah, you can. I'm not surprised that you did that at all. Right? You gotta understand, these things are just a bunch of code. It's like it's not rocket science. It's just being in the know. What you did was copy a bunch of code to create something that already exists. And you make changes. That's what pretty much everybody does. That's not new. Right? That's not new. Again, what I admire is not the computer. I admire your creativity to be able to go and do that. Right? It takes Conan mentality and creative energy. There we go. See? So I don't give credit to the computer. I give credit to you. You were able to do this because that's what you thought of. Your brain made you say, this is what I want to do, and you were able to do it. So my fear would be more of you than the AI. My fear isn't the gun. My fear is the person holding the gun. Yeah, AI did allow your ideas to come to life, right? But it was a tool. Right? That was it. It was only a tool. It didn't do it by itself. Now, if AI decides to do things on its own without us asking it to do it, then we got a problem. Then we have a problem. And when AI starts making decisions for itself, then we have a problem. Right? OpenClaw does that. It makes decisions for itself. Hey, yo, look, kill it. Kill it now. Kill it now. If that's what it is, kill it now. Kill it now, kill it now, kill it now. Right? Kill it now. You know what? If Skynet is coming, I just hope they don't make it waterproof. Don't make it waterproof. And then I'm even worse because I don't have a fear of technology. I am more worried by human beings than I am by computers. Right? I can tell you that. I'm more concerned about people than I am about computers. Right? Even if computers took over the world, remember I said, even if computers took over the world, I still feel they'll do a better job than people. How about that? Right? Said, don't believe me? Look at the world we live in now. Even if computers took over the world, I still think they'll do a better job than people. I still would trust them more than I trust the person. He said, does computers think about racism? Said I would trust a computer before I trust a person any day. And that, my friend, is why it will never get out of hand. No, it doesn't. It does not. No, it doesn't. Anything that it thinks about is programmed. It does not. If a computer thought about racism, it'd be against human race, right? How would it be different? I don't know. When you talk about racism, it's comparing itself to something else, not right. And if they're not human, they're not comparing themselves to another human. They'd be comparing themselves to Windows PC to Linux, right? Or Windows to Mac. That would be their form of racism. Not in the difference between a person, because to a computer, what's the difference between a person? This intel is all from human sources, though. Yeah, but at that point, their level of racism is just pretty much what they see on TV, which is our racism too. Don't get it twisted. Our racism is based off of shit that we see on TV, right? Our racism isn't even real. Our racism is fucking, things that we grew up seeing, right? Things we grew up seeing. It's like the reason why Nintendo made Mario sound like he did. That's their version of what an Italian plumber sounds like. It's a me, Mario. I've never met an Italian that sounds like that. It's a me, right? And I think somebody told me that it said something else. It's something. It means something else. Whatever. Right? I feel like let's see. What's that movie? Was AI? I feel like it'll be like more AI. I feel like AI is what it'll be more like. Like computers trying to save us from ourselves. I feel like that's what it'll be like. The Mecha Grok or the Giga Grok. Yo, bro, you put me on and you gonna make me have to go look at this stuff. Now we into some interesting stuff. Elon Musk AI. Again, I'm not worried about Elon Musk. I don't know if people think it was talking about Hitler being cool. Oh no, hell no. I think that was a person. I think that was a person behind the mask. I feel like that it was a person behind the mask. Because again, all right, if AI learns, right? If AI learns, there's no way that they could actually say that because they did their own research, right? Ignorant people say shit like that, you know what I mean? Because they didn't do their research. But a computer would always do the research first. Will always do the research first, right? So I couldn't say that was AI. I would say that that's a person behind the thing, right? And let's not be fooled by that now, because there's a lot of that too, right? The sleight of hand, right there. Yeah, the internet is a scary place indeed. You were into a lot of stuff. How you know all these places? You really into the hugging face, obliterated models. Holy hell! I see. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Knowledge is power. I just was reiterated that today. Knowledge is definitely power. But I'm with it. You know a lot of stuff, my guy. You gonna make me check this out. Hold on. The beautiful thing of computers. Oh yeah, I'm gonna leave that up. I'm definitely gonna look at that. Oh, they going crazy with this one. Most Conan players are nerds. Yeah. I'll tell you one better. I think most of the world are nerds. They just don't like to admit it. If you like what you like, you a nerd, bro. Like, I don't understand like why people are so afraid of being intelligent, bro. Like, nerd is just what is a nerd? A person who reads a lot? A person who knows how to use technology? I mean, technically, if you know how to use your smartphone, you're a nerd. Technically, if you know how to Google, you're a nerd. Technically, if you know how to use a computer, you're a nerd. Technically, like, I feel like people like that's a whole nother conversation. I swear. Like people just need to embrace the nerd in them. You'll be better for it. Said you might not geek out at the same things other people geek out, but you geek out. My God. But you definitely onto this AI stuff. I got to check. You making me concerned now. Now I gotta take a look. But nerds, yeah, if you play video games, you're a nerd, period. Like, that's just... You play video games, if you understand technology, that's it. Like, if you know where to find your answers instead of asking everybody else, you're a nerd. If you know how to do research, you're a nerd. If you did good in school, you're a nerd. Said if you cheated on your tests in school and you knew who to cheat off of, you're a nerd. Said a Claude account. I tell you one thing. I know one thing that really upsets me when it comes to AI, right? I feel like when it comes to AI, I feel like it makes it difficult to know what to trust and who to trust, right? I feel like it made it easier to hide real shit in plain sight. That is my concern when it comes to AI. It's so overwhelming in social media now that you don't know what to believe, right? And that's scary and dangerous, right? Because it makes it seem like you could just say anything is fake news if you want now, because it could quite possibly be AI, right? But then again, it could also be very much real and a concern, but you could just play it off as being AI. That's the danger of this AI shit right there, right? You could hide bullshit in plain sight. Yep, that is what's happening. That is the danger. And again, that's not computer, right? That's a person. A person does that. So, like I said, I ain't afraid of the gun. I'm afraid of the person holding the gun. So it is a dangerous world that we live in. It is a dangerous world that we live in. That's the stuff that worries me. It making music, that doesn't worry me. It taking someone's face and making them say whatever they want to say, yeah, that's a problem. You could have that make it seem like you did a crime that you were never around for, but because they got you on tape, which is made by AI, right? It becomes a problem. Those are the dangers I'm worried about, right? And it's free and open sourced, right? So again, don't worry. Essentially, they're going to let you be able to do it with your cell phones, because your cell phone is catching up to your computer. Actually, the cell phone passed the computer a couple of times, right? So, you know. Again, let's move off of this. I ain't trying to scare nobody. We're trying to play Conan and have a good time, and hopefully Nobody digitally changes my shit with AI. But you, I'm gonna have to get your math, because you seem like a person to know, my friend. You seem like a person that I want on my good side. Said real shit. Said, I appreciate your intellect. Said, I feel like things that people worried about is more like about losing their jobs and actual benefits and shit like that. Like I don't know why people, like, they was talking about like AI slop in terms of video games, right? They don't want AI slop. My thinking is that if it gets the job done and you like it, what's the problem is? I don't really care where it came from, because as I'm looking at games nowadays, I feel like games, and I addressed this earlier, I feel like games have gotten lazier over the years, right? It's like companies have done less and try to make more, right? So it's one of those things where, again, if you're getting complacent in your position in life, right, and you feel that nobody can replace you, guess again, right? But at the same time, I feel like it also encourages people to live their life, bro. Do your thing, right? Do what makes you happy if you're so replaceable, right? If you're so replaceable in this world, why not do what makes you happy as opposed to do what people want you to do? So, again, it's just one of those feelings that I have, like, nothing is 100%, 100% evil or 100% good. I feel like good intentions could also have evil implementations, and vice versa, right? And my thing is that if you're so easily replaceable, you might as well just do what makes you happy, right? because these chicks ain't loyal, man. Like these jobs is replacing you with computers. So why not start a business? You're so replaceable, why not? Said people starting to say they made Hove. Well, make another Hove. This pretty much. If you're so replaceable, you might as well do what you love. Said if you like making ice cream, make ice cream. Right? If you love to cook, cook. If you're good at cleaning, start a maid service. Said, right? Because when you lose that gig, you're replaceable. They're replacing you the next day. As a matter of fact, when you lose that job, they already had your replacement. Right? So if you're so replaceable, right? Right? No lie spoken, right? If you're so replaceable, shit. So you know how many musicians they have that's never had a gig? But they love making music. Yeah. Life too short to not be appreciated. If anybody gonna appreciate you, you might as well be you. Appreciate you. That's one thing I'm learning in this life. I'm learning how to appreciate myself. Lord knows how much I try to fit into a place that I just don't fit into. Right? No pun intended for the funny ones. But you know, trying to fit in with people who just don't appreciate you, don't give a fuck about you, you're easily replaced. Alright, well, shit. So I'm pretty sure everybody got one of those stories. What should I do here? I feel like I want to dome it, but let's not forget I'm building for building to be rated. I just closed that up. Yeah, this is that PvP server. So that's why I'm working on this one. So normally I'd be on that PvE server building up, and I got a whole lot of work to do on that one too, but I figured let me work on this one, because at least if I work on this... No, this ain't the sinkhole. This is Siptah. It's a Siptah map. Funny, I didn't realize how little I knew about Siptah. I know everything about Exiles. Exile lands keep calling me back. But Siptah, I found out I know very little. Not many local meeting points for Siptah. So this one I intend to like put all kinds of treasure and stuff in to make it worthwhile. Yep, the storm is still in the middle of the map. They still have that. What they did is that they fleshed out the gray ones. So like they put a whole lot more gray one stuff that I didn't see the first time I played this. So apparently they were doing upgrades to Siptah as well. But mostly everything takes place in Exiles. Yeah, I think everybody ends up back at Exiles. You know why? Because you spend so much time in Exiles, you know where everything is at. Siptah is kind of like, now you got to figure it out again. You know, I'm not sure which one. I think Siptah used to have more dungeons, but I think they added more dungeons in Exiles now. I feel like Siptah should have been Conan 2. Like, I don't think they should have wasted time putting another map. I think they should have just used all that stuff they learned and made it 2 and put us on Siptah for Conan 2. Yeah, well, Exiles is flat, so I'm not sure what came first. Did horses come first or did Siptah come first? Because I think that they made this more feasible for using horses and mounts and stuff. Horses? Okay. So yeah, so I feel like they made the Siptah to accommodate the horses. Rhinos came with Siptah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, they made Siptah for having mounts. Pretty much. I should close it off here, because if I don't close it off here, I'm gonna have to put another layer. Yeah. What's going on, Iskander? We back. And yes, this is a PvP server. You know, I gotta say this every time people jump in. Age of Heroes. Yeah. Maker Builder Pro. I haven't been called that one before. So, console, Age of Heroes, 10 times. That's the server. We're using it for raids. Get on, start your build. If you want that smoke, Age of Heroes is providing it. Say, remember that, Bill Stevens? If you want that smoke, that was a great stream that day. If you want that smoke, I think everybody came on ready for that smoke. Said I was bringing two worlds together. Said much better graphics in Siptah. Yeah, I feel so as well. I feel like a lot of the DLC stuff was better suited for Siptah. Like the treehouse DLC, you couldn't really use that. I don't think I've ever used that in Exiles, but there's a nice area in Siptah that you could use that treehouse stuff. Hey, why not? Come on, man. You can't miss out on the Exiles. So I know one thing. This is probably the only stream I'm going to do of me building a raid base where you can see it. Only because, you know, if you find out where all the good stuff is, everybody going to just go right to it. But I don't mind, because, you know, this is more for, you know, trying to work out the kinks in light stream, work out the kinks in OBS more than anything else. So this time I'll do it. From here on out, I'll just let you guys know when a new raid base is up. You know, even show the raid bases and stuff like that, you know. To see where I hid, because I have to hide my treasure. I can't show you where I hide the treasure. That'd be like the worst treasure hunt ever. That's like an Easter egg hunt, and everybody got a map. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Said I remember everybody. Everybody that comes through, I remember them. I definitely remember you. You were just here yesterday. And this, you know what, Iskander? I give you credit, because you're the reason why I'm pushing forward with this whole PvP map. Because I've had many people ask me about a PvP map. You know, because they wanted to troll the hell out of me. I was like, you know what? Let's do it. I said, what's the worst that could happen? Have a good time, especially with me being an admin. I'm good. Enjoy. I will build for you guys to destroy. And the funny part is that when I started doing this, I was just So Bill Stevens, I was just saying your praise. I was like, damn, where's Bill Stevens at when I need him? I know he would love this. Bill Stevens wants that smoke. As a matter of fact, said this is a server run by my old clan. They want that smoke too. So by all means, if y'all want a battle, it's going down here. Age of Heroes. For those who want that smoke. If you feel that you're good at raiding, if you feel that you're good at PvP, and you want that smoke, Age of Heroes. That's it. I want y'all to show up. That if my clan gets mad at me because of such, so be it. They wanted that smoke. Yup. Yes, sir. Said the only issue is that I'm on here by myself right now because I'm doing what I gotta do. That I got one job and one job on here. I'm a builder. But I'm a builder with some power because now I can facilitate a good time. And I definitely feel like admin was made for builders, to tell you the truth. Yep, I am putting loot in here. I'm putting all kinds of loot here. All over the base. I'm putting loot. I just gotta finish building. When I finish building, I'll put some stuff. I don't know. What could be considered good loot? Just money? Should I put money? Should I put like a bomb crate in there or something like that? Some resources? What would be good loot? Bunch of weapons. You said 6,000 bombs will take care of it. You know what? Bring it on. Just my only request is that if you blow it up completely so I have some space to build again. Don't kill everybody because I think you only get like 60 spots. Yes, when is raid time? Raid time here I believe is from 4 to 11 or something like that. I believe. It's alright. And the benefit is that it can be changed. And I listen to my viewers. So, if there's ideas, let me know. Iskander, come on down to Age of Heroes. You know, I also believe in 24/7 PvP. But then again, that turns into Rust. Is there a CC? There's a translator. Do I have a CC? You know what? I didn't even know there was a translator on YouTube, but I will. I'll fix it for you, Iskander. I know. Shout out to Spain. I know. But if there's a translator on YouTube, I definitely will look at that. I will look into that because I want people to understand what I'm saying. Rust is the only game you play now? Yeah. A lot of people are doing that. Look, I like to sleep, so Rust ain't it for me. Said I don't like. I feel like Rust is for rats. Like I wouldn't even attack somebody. I'd wait until they're off, and then I'd go and blow all their shit up. And that's not the way to live. Like, mod the server with backpacks. Said I looked at Rust because I play Conan with my wife and stuff. She loves this game too. And I looked at this game and I was like, nah, we would lose our shit. And you see how you gotta have a backpack and keep your shit on you just in case? Nah. I don't believe in offlining raids. Or better yet, I feel like raids, and this is my opinion, right? I don't like weekend raids because we have a life. We don't want, like, you spend all your week working, you ain't trying to be on your weekend, right? But I would come home from work and I would play every day. I'd rather raid be on weekdays. You said you solo player in Rust, King Offline Deluxe. Yeah, that's what they do. That's the stuff. You know when I knew Rust wasn't for me? When I was watching videos and people were putting up notes on their base talking about I got a 9-to-5 job, please don't raid me. I was like, yeah, that's real right there. That is real. That's the realest thing I ever heard. Now, mind you, in terms of PvP, I don't know how the servers are there. I might enjoy that better because the reason that I don't like PvPing on Conan is because the servers are always liable to just glitch out on you, right? I've had servers where I'd be in PvP and I just couldn't get back on. I would just get locked out, right? And by the time I'm able to get back on, everything is already destroyed. My bedroll, everything, because I'm not getting back on. And like, I don't want to lose due to technical difficulties. I want to lose because someone is able to beat my skill level, right? Electricity system in that game is so advanced. That sounding like Ark. Like Ark has a good electrical system. Ark, I give credit. Ark, I got on too late. Ark, I feel like the AI in Ark is way too good. Like I feel like the dinosaurs hold grudges. Maybe it's just me. But I remember being in Ark and a raptor following me around the whole shoreline and did not want me to get back onto that island. I was just like, yo, for real though? Like, he held a grudge. Yeah, everybody hates Ark. It is what it is. That's it. The thing that bothered me about Ark is that I played Conan first. And there's nothing quite like Conan. I just feel like I wish they had the Ark AI, or even the Forest AI. I feel like the Forest has the best AI. I wish they had like the Forest AI in Ark. I don't know if anybody else has played the Forest. The Forest is my shit too. Alright? The Forest. Yes, I do plan on playing Crimson Desert. Just because I'm at a point where I gotta keep up with the Joneses now. I was looking at Crimson Desert and I don't know. The graphics look good. I feel like Crimson Desert, I don't know. Let me not make any assumptions about Crimson Desert, because Crimson Desert I heard of I never really did much looking into it because I felt it was just like, what's that other game, Black Desert or whatever, that was basically a mobile game that they put on to the console, and I just associated it with that, so I kind of didn't even look into that. And I was like, Crimson Desert reminds me of Dragon's Dogma 2, and I was like, I think I might want to play Dragon's Dogma 2. That's the feeling I'm getting from Crimson Desert. Like, Crimson Desert is like a whole bunch of other games, and I'd rather play the other games, right? I'm trying not to listen to what other people say, because everybody has an opinion. Like, I've heard people compare it to like Legend of Zelda. They rather just play Legend of Zelda. I've heard people compare it to Elden Ring. They rather just play Elden Ring. By the way, I've never played Elden Ring. Don't kill me, right? But I keep hearing comparisons to other games, and they're like, they rather just play the other games. I'm not worried about the controls so much, because I feel like if you play Conan, you are acceptable of anything else. Because Conan, let me tell you something. Conan, Funcom didn't do Conan any favors, right? Right? I feel like everybody just accepted all the faults with Conan and kept it going. Like, Conan has to be the faultiest game ever, right? But we made our own fun from it, right? So much so that they didn't even care about fixing it because we were gonna play it anyway, right? All they did was give us more cosmetic shit because we're gonna play it anyway. Right? But Conan has always been a glitchy mess of fuckery, right? Like I got Conan. I started playing. I got a PS5 because I wanted to see better grass on Conan. Like, don't judge me, right? I want to see better grass on Conan. And I think what really got me in Conan is probably the same thing that would get me in Crimson Desert. Conan doesn't really tell you anything, right? And for some reason, I like games that don't tell you anything, right? And that's pretty much why I think I probably would like Crimson Desert, because it doesn't tell you anything. I could deal with a lot of the glitchiness. I could deal with a lot. If you play Conan, you're willing to put up with a lot, right? Let's be fair. Conan, I love and hate, but love, right? Anybody who plays Conan is willing to put up with a certain level of roughness, right? And I say roughness because, you know, what we're looking for is polish in games. But if you play Conan, you're willing to put up with a certain amount of roughness, right? Even Ark is rough graphically, but the mechanics are good. Fucking what else? I love The Forest. If you haven't played The Forest, play the fucking Forest, bro. Play The Forest. I love The Forest. To me, it's Conan, then Forest. And the only reason that it comes first is because I played Conan first. I've played Green Hell, but Green Hell is not fucking Conan. It's good, yes. It's not Conan, right? It's not Conan. That's what keeps me coming back to Conan. Nothing is quite like Conan. But if you like Conan, you are understanding that it comes with some shit that you just have to put up with, right? Server fucking up, still not enough to stop me from playing Conan. Is what it is. And everybody knows the servers in Conan. Everybody knows we all have the same problems. The cheating in Conan made it even worse, where people were hiding in the mesh and all kinds of other shit. It made it even worse. And even with the cheating, we still put up with Conan. Even with the cheating, we still put up with Conan. right? Now I think it's coming down to like, and this brings me back to Crimson Desert, right? Or I should say any game of this time, right? I feel like there's some sketchiness to that game, just from what I've heard, just from what I've seen. I haven't played it yet. I've been thinking about purchasing it all day, trust and believe, since last night. I almost had it today. I was thinking about purchasing it and playing it as a stream today, to tell you the truth. But it's with knowing that there's a lot of stuff that I'm just gonna have to put up with. And I feel like that's just the way that the gaming industry is going at this point. It's just a lot of shit you're just gonna have to put up with, right? And I really feel that that's very unfair, especially at the price point, right? I don't want to put up with shit for $70. Nope. You know why most people put up with Conan? Because Conan, I think when it dropped, it was like, what, $30? And then for the most part, it was free, because I got it for free. Right? It was free. Said Crimson Desert is a shit with nice graphics. I've heard that. People gonna be upset with Crimson Desert. Look, it is what it is. Right now, you gotta accept. All right, this is my feeling about the gaming industry at this point. I feel like people will play anything as long as it's cheap enough to afford feeling like you got ripped off, right? For $30, people accepted, right? People accepted shitty games. You know what I mean? Because it was just like, oh, well, I just spent, it was only $30. You know, it was only $40. It was only $50. Now when you get into $60, $70 territory, I don't care what you say about inflation. When you are expecting more money from the consumer, you better respect my dollar, bro. Like, my dollar ain't for nothing, my dude. Right? This is the same reason I stopped eating fast food, bro. If you're not putting your effort into the food, I might as well cook myself. The only difference is that I don't know how to make video games, right? But you don't get too complacent in thinking that, okay, I'm supposed to deal with it because I can't do it myself, because guess what? Apparently AI could do it now. Step it up. AI could do it now, so step your game up. Like, if you think I just gotta put up with it now, shit, I would deal with the fucking AI slop if it means that y'all can't just sell me anything just because I don't know how to fucking make a video game. Now it seems it's just like because gaming became so popular that they just want to rape the industry. Right, AI is your friend if you like to build a game. Shit, I sure would. If AI could help me build a game, I'll be on it, bro. On it every day. That'll be the new game. You understand? Don't give me a game that builds games, bro. It's like Tony said, the only reason I'm not into programming and shit like that is because math makes me go cross-eyed. Can I count? Yes. When you're using math to make worlds and shit, nah, bro. Like you understand that it's a lot. it's a lot. So I remember trying to make a game on Xbox 360 when they had that game that made games. That was a lot. The world building, all that other stuff. That was a lot. You know, they let you take let's see, VR. VR is open source. You can make video games on that shit too. That was a lot. Said I realized at that point that I'm just an ideas man. I'll give you the ideas, you do the work. Now, as you saying, AI does that. Yeah, boy. I'm an idea man. If AI can make a game for me and I have the ideas, that'll work. Because I feel like what's missing in the industry nowadays is what's missing from everywhere. It's imagination. I feel like imagination is a tool that has evaporated over time due to technology. Like, if you were born having a cell phone and a tablet, you never had to use your imagination. That's the difference between like people from the 70s, people from the 60s, 50s, everybody before the 90s. That's the benefit that they have over everybody that's born now. They had to use their imagination, right? Everything else is given to everybody above that. Like that's what they mean by touching grass. You had no choice. You had to touch grass. You had to go outside, right? They hide and seek. Tag, right? Tag, hide and seek. Hot peas and butter. Manhunt, right? We had to come up with vivid ideas of games to play. If you're of the 90s, everything was handed to you pretty much. They told you what to think. You haven't had to use your imagination since the 80s. You never had to use your imagination. The 90s, the birth of the tablet. You never had to use your imagination. Kids didn't have to play. They just got put a iPad in front of them and rocked out. Okay, open source for code. Said Bill Stevens, they got another one on the same track we just came from. They trying to lead me back into that conversation, boy. Let's find the AI. Find me an AI to make video games. I'm with it. I'm with it. Said people with imagination. Oh man, all people have imagination, but not much people like work. True. Hard work. People don't like hard work. True indeed. Cause I'll tell you one thing. I was messing with Unreal Engine. I was messing with Unreal Engine, and it just overwhelmed me. And it's just overwhelming. It's not even. I wouldn't even say it's the hard work. Hard work is one thing. Yes, people are lazy. Yes, but a lot of times these shit gets overwhelming. Right. It gets overwhelming. Right. But again, but don't get it twisted. The imagination is lacking. And you know why I say imagination is lacking? Look at the movie industry. Right? That's just an example. Everything is just reused. Everything. Like there's no real new movies. Like everything has been redone. Right? Everything has been redone. There's no real, like everything is cliche now. You could almost tell what's going to happen in movies nowadays. You could almost tell what's happening in video games nowadays, because everything has been redone. That's what I mean about imagination. There's no need for imagination. Everything is just redone. All right, everything is just redone. That's what I'm saying about imagination. There's nothing new. Everything is just, I mean, and now with that being said, yeah, hell yeah, people are lazy and shit like that. But at the same time, there's no originality anymore. There is no original thoughts anymore. Right? There's no original thoughts anymore. Everything is pretty much the same shit. Right? Look at well, I can't say look at Crimson Desert, but based off of what people are saying off of Crimson Desert is basically a lot of different elements from other games, right? Now, there's a couple of games that I could think of that I want to play before even Crimson Desert, but, you know, they're old. What can you do with imagination? Oh, everything. Imagination is what runs the world. What can you do with imagination? Again, like I said, imagination is what created games in general. And I'll say it because, like, again, if you're old, I know if younger people won't be able to understand, and I hate dating myself. Yes, I'm of that age where I had to go outside. As a matter of fact, let's put it this way. I'll put it this way, because it leads into a good question that I had from one of my older friends, right? Because I was like, as an adult, when you get older, right? What do you do for fun, right? What do you do for fun, right? Because when we were younger, it was just, like I said, tag, hide and seek, you go outside, you ride your bike, etc. There was always a plethora of things to do. Like, you never really felt bored as a kid. There was always something to do. Now, as an adult, it seems like the only thing that's there to do is, like, go to the movies, have dinner, drink, or a combination of those three things. It doesn't seem like we have as many options as adults as we did as kids, right? And again, the difference between us being adults and being kids is that as kids we had a vivid imagination. We weren't bored because we didn't allow ourselves to be bored. Like, I remember, playing with G.I. Joes. You had to come up with a whole scenario of a mission to do when you have action figures. Like, you understand, action figures and making video games is the same thing, right? You had to come up with scenarios. Shit, action figures and making movies is the same thing. You have to come up with your scenario, then you have to reenact your scenario, and then you have to come up with your own result based off of, the things that you could see could possibly happen. Like, you made your own fun, you made your own shit. So yeah, that's imagination for you, right? That's imagination. Make you flush out a whole scenario, a whole story, a whole movie. You said there's never been original thoughts. At one point there was. At one point there was original thoughts. I would say, like, all right, in terms of original thoughts, when's the last time you've seen a good horror movie? Right? Right? I could tell you that there hasn't been a good horror movie since the 80s. Right? I feel like the 80s was the best time for horror movies because they had to do a whole lot more with a whole lot less. Right? Well, yes, written text. All right, now we're going from books to movies. That's different. that's different. Yes, books have been there before movies, and real life happened before books. Right? Real life happened before books. Yes. Right. At some point, it had to start from somewhere because art imitates life. So it had to start somewhere. But I'm not that old that I was in movies. I grew up in movies. Books was old technology to me by the time I was born. I was born into TV. That was my iPad. Sure, we only had a couple of channels. Sure, we only had a couple of channels. But sometimes we had to be creative on how we're going to see said channels. Did you know tinfoil is a great conductor? Said no one today is original. You know what? Shit like that make me want to fucking make shit. Cause I'm original, bro. Like, I could think of many different ideas. It's just, I feel like certain ideas are stifled because now, in the world that we live in, you have to kind of step on eggshells on what you do and what you say and how you express yourself. I think creativity is stifled by, the idea that you're going to offend somebody, right? That's what kind of stifles imagination nowadays. Like, what I could say about that, oh, your ideas are technically not true. Yeah, you're actually... Alright, Bill Stevens made a point. The moment you're born, you start learning from others, so all your ideas are technically not truly your original ideas. Alright. Smart ass. Technically, yes, that's accurate. You learn from somebody else. But you don't have to recreate the wheel in order to make it different. Right? You don't have to recreate the wheel in order to be a different invention altogether. Right? So what I learned from inventions is that you could take something that already exists and come up with a different use for it, and now it's a new invention. So yes, technically you can have an original thought with something that already exists, right? But again, you got to be careful of who you offend, right? And I'll bring up Crimson Desert again because I've been seeing a lot, because I've been researching it, right? I heard that people are upset with it. Take it easy, Bill Stevens. I heard that people are upset with Crimson Desert because it doesn't have alphabet representation. And I feel like you shouldn't have to force things, right? I feel like if you want that representation, make it yourself, bro. Like you can't force somebody to be creative the way you want them to be creative, right? You can't force creativity. So you just gotta be creative, and I feel like that argument, because again, I've been seeing a lot about that argument is just people just being a pain in the ass to be a pain in the ass. And I get it, representation is important, but who said that you can't represent yourself? Like, I feel like people have been depicted for years, right? Not represented, depicted, right? For years. Until somebody made something that represented themselves, right? In Hollywood, we were depicted as pickaninnies for how long? Until somebody finally made something to represent us, right? And most of the time, they had to do it themselves. So if your complaint is representation in something you didn't create, the solution is to create something. Now, if your complaint is the depiction, of you in something, yeah, that's a valid argument. That's a valid argument. If your complaint is how you're depicted. But the lack of representation means make your own shit. Not force people to do what you want. That's my opinion. And this is a good time to let you know that these are my expressed opinions. Doesn't make it factual, but they're my opinions, right? Damn, I swear, y'all conversation made this build so much easier. Like I just zoned out and didn't even worry about what I'm doing. I just did it. Before when I started, I was like, damn, this is gonna take forever. I was able to just zone out. UO is one original MMORPG. Let me think. What is a original MMO? I don't know. When you come to MMO, it's kind of hard to say anything is original because I feel like MMOs are based off of single-player games, to tell you the truth. It's just single-player games that they added more people to. So I gotta put something up top here to stop people from landing on it and trying to do whatever. I put an extra layer. But that's not gonna keep people out. So far I can stop people from climbing it, but I can't stop people right now from cracking it from the top. MMORPG. Because again, when you mention MMORPG, it should be RPG MMO, right? Because it's just an RPG that is massively multiplayer online. Was Skyrim? No, that's not an MMO. Even though Elder Scroll is. Elder Scroll. But then again, Elder Scroll. Then there's Warcraft. I mean, World of Warcraft, yeah. Damn, I forgot what inside looked like. I've been outside so long. I forgot what inside this bitch looks like. Got a lot of area to use up. I should honeycomb the shit out of here, for real, for real. But I don't believe in honeycombing just for the sake of stopping people from raiding. I like for the shit to be, you know, everything. Again, I'm trying to mix the two techniques together. Ultima Online Fantasy Massively Multiplayer on. That's an old ass game, by the way. Ultima Online, that was so long ago. It's a multiplayer online role-playing game. So many. I'm trying to think of what said Ultima. No, I don't think Ultima can't be the only original RPG. Because again, when it comes to RPGs, I'm thinking like Final Fantasy. But then again, that's an RPG. When you go MMO, now it's everything basically following that same model because MMO. You gotta understand, MMO. Once you go MMO, it's no longer original because every MMO fits that one kind of category. It's MMO, right? I said it's MMO. Once it's MMO, everything follows that same mode. So I don't think it could be original if it's under that category of MMO. Now RPGs now, RPGs are a certain genre. I guess the genre. I guess the originality is in the genre, not the things in the genre, right? Because if that's the case, then sports games are all sports games. Action games are all action games. And they're not original in terms of action. The only thing that makes it original is the story behind it. And somewhere along the lines, we have stopped liking stories. At least some. I love a good story. But I know people who just keep pressing X to go through the story. They don't even pay attention to the story. That I don't understand why people even do that. I feel like, why pay all this money for a game that you don't even care about the story? That is nuts to me, right? And I know a lot of people's kids who are now adults who have done that, right? They're like, all right, we're gonna play this game and we don't give a damn about the story. It's like, what? Like, what? Like, you missed out on so much of this story. What? But I guess, and the originality in those things all happen to be within the genre, and the only thing that makes them stand out per se is the story, and the story is the originality, not the genre, right? So the MMO may be the same in terms of the genre. There hasn't been a new genre, but the story is what makes it stand out. Yeah, role-playing game, right? Role-playing game, like survival games, like with Conan. Conan is a survival game. Green Hell is a survival game, but they're not the same. Let's see. Silent Hill is a horror survival game, which can't be confused with the actual survival game. Resident Evil is a survival horror game, which can't be confused with the regular survival game. But the thing that makes Green Hell, Conan, The Forest, Ark, and I know there's many more, the thing that makes those stand out in originality all happens to be the story. So the story has to be where the originality sits. The originality sits, not the genre itself. Is that a great way of putting it? I think that was a great way of breaking it down in my mind. All right. We are coming up on that time, ladies and gentlemen. because I think at this point I want to actually think about what I'm going to do rather than just brain farting it onto a page. For real, because I did what I wanted to do in terms of I built up my archer deck. I built up my interior. I'm not done with the interior, but I have a nice hollow shell to work with, and I have reinforced my roof, and I have to make it that people can't just fly and land on it, which they're going to do anyway, because there's no way to really stop it unless I arch it. So well, not arch it, but if I put like a roof that they can't land on and stand on, that'll work. But I had to work on making that a thing so that they can land on it. But as I work on that, I'll figure that one out. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's reiterate. Said Conan only needs to optimize better the engine. Yes. Conan needs an overhaul. For real, for real. They need to optimize their engine. They need better servers. And it'd be great. Like you said, my only complaint about Conan, for the most part, is just that the servers suck. Like, the shit, it drops you out. Like, but everything else in retrospect, everything about Conan is a great game. All right? And we could tell because everybody is like on that vein. It's almost perfect, or it's so not perfect that it's perfect. Right? With the, and that's what keeps us coming back, and I can't be mad at that. Right? Funcom, get your shit together. I've said this more than one time. Stop playing games. I'm ready to move on from Conan, and I'm ready to go to a Conan 2. I feel like everybody wants a Conan 2. Give us what we want. Or else. Either way, great times. So, with that being said, I appreciate everybody. I'm glad that y'all came out. I'm glad that y'all supporting the channel. Make sure to like and subscribe. I definitely appreciate you guys. And I enjoyed this one. Hopefully, I can get all this stuff with OBS together so that, I don't have like 100 streams on Kick and a whole bunch of other stuff that's happening. Either way, I enjoyed myself. I hope you guys did too. This server is Age of Heroes 10 times, so feel free to jump on, start building up, and let's get ready for some good PvP. Without further ado, let's see, hit you up with a server with 70 players, and Conan needs a big server for work. Yes, they do. So one, the server needs a cap for one, and they need to make a server that can facilitate said cap. That has to be done. There's ways to make it work. I mean, they already did it. They already did it with Dune. They just haven't put that technology that they put into Dune into Conan, right? That's the problem that they did. It's already been done. They're just not spending that money to do it. But again, let me get out of here, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you guys have a great Sunday. Have the rest of your Sunday. And until next time, take it easy. For those that are new to the channel, I hope you enjoyed the stream. For those who've been here from the beginning, I appreciate you. Thanks for stopping by, fellas. Everybody, Iskander, it's been real. Look forward to seeing you again. Bill Stevens, I appreciate you. And there was another one. I appreciate all of you. Until next time, have a good one. Take it easy, everybody.